No, I'm just vibing, but quietly. You don't need to hear me sing or just stuff. Yeah, because when I mute myself, I mute myself in Discord. The thing I can't mute, it just jumps around. I was talking. No, I'm not really talking. I was just, what do you call it? What's it called? Not mumbling. Vibing. I was just vibing. Yes. Okay. Good day to you. I'm completely in retopology mode currently, because I have to retopologize so many models. Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah, this is great. This is great. I want that so bad. Because, you know, I've always had to save images on my desktop, then drop them into Blender, then I could color pick. I'm not up to date with all the features. What is this? Sharpness and directionality of the output. Oh. This makes it look more painterly. To be honest, it kind of looks AI generated. But it's cool, it's cool. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's just a new button for computer made. Yeah. Like, I don't know, AI art looks just a little bit washed out sometimes. It's gotten better, but no. Apparently one is directly related to the Blender Open Movie that's been worked on though. Nice. That's cool. I'll pick a different colors, but too dark. Great, my washing machine is done. I don't have time right now. I want these to be physical. Maybe not this one. I could. Should I use normal maps? Because the thing is, I could go for the more realistic materials. Yeah, maybe it's smart to use normal maps here. Instead of actually adjusting topology to do this. Here I can do it though, I think. But it, unsure. Do I want it to be extruded? Like that? Maybe. I think it looks cool. Where will I extrude this to? This goodness would look great with normal maps. I think so. Yeah. Oh, let's check this. But the thing is, do I want this to be just like a cutout, or do I think I actually want it to be physical. Like that. But this one here, I guess I can do this one with normal map. But then I would have to make a normal map. Pain. How come, Peter, now you're the, like, Blender technical artist? Following all the newest developments? I think it's good that you do that. I used to do that a lot more too, but I'm not really into it anymore. I really should, yeah. I know. That's how I think quickly what's new. Yeah, I know. I should. Oh. I was able to play a little bit of Palia later yesterday. And it's finally done. I have confessed to Kenyatta. So now I have 2 waifus. Should I make a loop around here? Waifus, yes. Lava. I was able to rest my hand a little bit, it doesn't hurt as much anymore. Thankfully. How's it going? Did you get good sleep? I'm good too. I slept well, even though again, pretty late. Guess it's too hot. Why is it summer? I don't like summer. Don't tell Tish because Tish likes summer, but I don't like summer. It's too hot. Give me my fall or winter, please. Spring? Spring is good too. Spring is nice. Spring has lots of new flowers. Okay. Yeah, because spring can also get pretty hot now. You know, I prefer it cold. Sorry I didn't mention it. And hello, lambs. Lots of rain spring? Yeah. Spring? I was spring once. Oh. No. Abba doesn't want that. You know, Abba, I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen in your stream eventually. People will come in and do that. And I know who's going to start it. And I know who's going to start it. But no, oh, that's a good idea actually. Canadians. Yeah, not you. Definitely the Canadians. Nose. Cute little nose. And Canadians. Link for the save. Can I rant about a YouTube comment? Am I allowed to do that? Nobody can stop me. Yes, she. My channel. Never read YouTube comments. No, I want to help, and if somebody is asking for help, then I want to provide help. No answer question stuff. But yeah, latest YouTube short. Someone would comment he knows his audience. And I'm like, yeah, I know my audience. I know they're all 3D modelers and they need retopology videos. And I commented like that. He was like, that's not what I mean. I'm like, oh shit, Noah. He reads the model. It's a scaly, ah! That's why. That's a scaly model. This internet, man.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm too wholesome, I guess. I'm too wholesome. I didn't think about the model any second. Like, not even once when I answered that, I thought about the model. I was like, yeah, it's a helpful video, right? Friend gave me the idea. Oh my god. You know, I love reading YouTube comments. Some are weird, some are fun. Most are quality. Bet that's the one person that then disliked. YouTube is fun. Recommend. Can recommend. But yeah, YouTube comments, wild place. Now should I? No, I could do this. That's the wrong direction. But do something like that. Wait, I might do that. Physical. And here I will extrude it like... Let me sculpt that. Do it like that, maybe. Now, one if Nora has seen the challenge, she will be devastated if she misses an opportunity to make a polish robot. I don't know, I haven't heard of Nora in so long. I don't know what she's up to. Like that. Oh, you got it. Nice. All by yourself. You win nothing. Except a good feeling. No yarn for you, not if you ask like that. Oh god, is that a threat? Stop white deck criminal. No, no, she won't listen. She's not deaf, she's digital. She doesn't have to give you anything. Same thing? No, it's not. I'm getting close to finishing your topper on the Dragonian / Reptile. Pretty happy with that. So yeah, just in past weeks have been topper. Nothing else. Bar. Oh, guys. How's it going? Is it, what does barf mean? Isn't barf like what dogs do? Or is barf like, bleh? Is that barf? It's not barf, wait. Bark. Barf? What's barf? Is that the, is it puking? What's correct answers? Okay, dogs do it and it is the, okay, Some quality beatboxing keys. Guess zomboids. Think something. Aha. I don't do that on a regular basis, so I don't know the word. The song? I don't know. What song is it? Insecto Symphonia. I'll skip it, don't worry. What? 6 minute music. Claustrophobic in crowds. Wait, what playlist are we listening? I don't know if we're listening to lo-fi. Okay. Listening to art? I don't know. No money 3D only games. Yeah, you'll become the best speedrunner in Project Zomboid. Do you not like the party? Yes. It's so much fun. I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't like it. Stress and just schizophrenia play that. I'm sorry. I've changed it already. Should now be lo-fi. It's because Pretzel Rocks changed it so that playlists, you only get access to a couple playlists each week. And I guess it's just if the playlist you picked isn't available, it just randomly picks another one. I believe. Well, that's not pretty at all. What do I do with it? I could continue directing this upwards. Because if I do this... Yeah, that's not pretty. Let me show you. I'm retopologizing this one. I did basically all of this yesterday. You saw it in the video, right? I just had this bit here in the video. And the body. Now I did all the rest of the legs here. Starting with the feet. That we had. And then also still need to finish. Not really topper, but just the hair on this one too. Wait, what's the song name? Ease. Take it ease. Wonderful. Yeah, I guess I can do it like that. I just do Rich Party day in, day out. Couldn't imagine a better life. Honestly, it's so much fun. It's at least very chill. Ah. I had a really weird dream about a challenge, which was it was like a building inside another building, and it was constructed like this, multiple layers, and each layer had some mini game in it, and you would then, once you complete the mini game, you would be able to get to the next next floor, and then at the top, it was so strange. It was so strange. I like dreaming though, even the weird ones. They're fun. Amazing? What's amazing? Today? Dreaming? Thank you. And welcome in, expert of the dark side. Are you maybe a Sith Lord? You think it's hard to make molds in Blender? It's hard to make molds in general. It doesn't matter which software you use, it's hard in general. Just need to learn it. Are you maybe learning Blender? Getting into it? I need to adjust the topology to these. Sorry for all the sun triggers. They get annoying. But nobody would find them. Why would you find them? Very good. Only game effort. I'm only coding. Try to make one die. No, don't say that. You won't die. $10 years? That's not so bad. I only take 1 year. You know, you get faster over time. Hello, welcome in. I am a little bit game dev. Just a little bit, you know. A teeny tiny bit. I'm getting into it. manufacturing? Ring? What? What ring? I'm making this for a challenge. From a friend. The lines? Oh, I mean these? It's supposed to be an Android. Part of the design. And I'm adjusting the... Is there anything from Blender? That's okay. Don't worry. I'm doing it so I can do this. Extrude this bit. That's why I'm adjusting the topology to the lines that I sketched in scout mode. Which, debatable how smart that is. I think I personally would also more tend to using normal maps usually. But normal maps are limiting. Need to learn Blender. Good luck. I don't have any learning tutorial series, but I have a couple of videos about Blender on my YouTube channel if you want. And if you want to make characters in Blender, I can recommend Rainhead Channeru on YouTube. Rain like rain and then H-E-T at the end. Rainhead. I'm just too lazy to make a tutorial series myself. Don't tell her. Learning Blender can be both fun and frustrating. It takes time, for sure. But yeah, I get the hang of it eventually. This is quite dense here. I'll try to reduce it back here. Yeah, if you have any questions about Blender, feel free to ask them here. I like to help out where I can. I'm not sure if it makes sense to move these here or those. both kind of bad. Mm. I'll do this. And now move these over. Blender Studio specific add-ons. What are those? A pretty neat white pin add-on, it looks like. I think I heard about it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last thing, the force apply mirror modifier. There's other items for that, but yeah, some useful. True. I'm not feeling can you say because she won't give me all the yarn. That's okay. I'll do it. 69. Nice. What do you mean trigger? You can't force Svinia to do something. I'm not betraying you nor her. I'm just taking care of her. That's all. Hmm. I'd like one more vertex to work with here. I know that it's getting quite dense, but I'm fine with it. I won't use any subdivision surface. A little bit this here. Read like a book. There have to be triangles. Not illegal. If you're so worried about it, fine. Okay. I won't use triangles. There's nothing wrong with triangle. No, there's a rule for beginners that says only quads, but that rule is for beginners. You get one. One triangle. Use triangles where it makes sense, is what I say. But he gets it. Lol. For animation purposes, you technically mostly want quads. They deform better. But triangles also have their purposes. Naba are still fighting for the yarn. Or nobody actually got it. Hehe. Why is it so... Help me, I'm melting. We Germans don't know what air conditioning is. We only have that in cars.
Wait!
Allow it is a different thing. It's just not common, not usual here. It's Brendan cold summer. Oh, lucky you. Can I visit you? Can I stream from within your house, please? Me and my PC are dying. I got a question, yes. And I maybe got an answer. I see, but I wasn't using it for a few years. Unlimited shaved ice supply, but it's only pickle flavored. What'd you take the... What's shaved ice? Can ice even have a beard? Snow cone? Wow. Need air conditioning from either Ali or Action, I don't know. With the ones where you have to put a tube out the window. Ah. Let me look up what shaved ice is.
Okay.
Shaved ice. Oh, that's what shaved ice is. Kind of like a slushy. I see. Pickle flavored. Honestly, yes. I don't know the word for it in my language. Never heard it. I would take the deal. Ah. The reason I ask is the shaved ice shop near me has pickle flavor. And like, who picks that over blue raspberry? If I only get pickle flavor, then I would use pickle flavor. But if I get different options, then yeah, probably pick something else too. Ja. Midgard Storm. Midgard Storm. 102 Storm, sorry. Welcome to Devil's Guild. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hello. What's the story on the pizza oven, by the way? What do you mean the story? Hello. I did add the pizza oven now, as per suggestion. Midgardsorm. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Thank you for some. I put some water in the fridge. Is your kitchen microwave broken? I have a microwave. It works just fine. But no pizza? What do you mean no pizza? This microwave wouldn't even be able to fit a pizza in. Who makes pizza in the microwave? Is that an American thing? I know you make tea in the microwave, which... I don't understand why, but... Sure. Microwave is funny. Yeah, I can see that. And I don't get it. Maybe you just love microwaves. Because of radiation. Ah. Radiation is so cool. Especially if it's not harmful. Yeah? Microwaves have small. I get that. When you could get air fryer. I don't know. Somebody suggested the oven to my throne. I was like, okay, sure. If you suggest an air fryer, then I'll add an air fryer too. You're just gonna buy my whole kitchen equipment. I want to make a keyboard chart that depicts how painful it is for me to press all the shortcuts. Control I, for example. You know how I press Control I? Pinky on Control, thumb on I. I have to twist my whole hand to the side. It's painful. Why can't it be easier to access? I probably should reduce the topology here as well. Questions how to do that. Maybe just this one. A bit more topology there. Yeah, I might not even require this side there. I don't like having to here. I could just make it open like that. Yeah, I'll try that. Okay, include this one. No. I'll extrude the mouth from this and then move the lips closer together later on. Image volley on the back. No, you won't get it. Stop threatening her. Not 100% sure if I like it. The budget is fine, but I don't know if I like the look of the eye thing. Maybe I'll just paint that one on top. No normals needed. It was an experiment. And now that I'm doing that, I can also clean up the topology a little bit here. I don't really have a hand. What's it called? Anything to a cushion, a hand cushion on my keyboard. I was thinking I could try to put in something else there to ease the pain a little bit. I'll try something out. No, I wouldn't want that. I have people that visit me, and those people are my parents. I wouldn't want them to see that. I want to pretend not to be degenerate, okay? I'm using the Osaka shard. No. No. Impossible. At least not in the same way.
Okay.
Booty. Better, but still no. Just like a keyboard that already has something built in. I've been eyeballing the Corsair K90, I think, or K70. For a long time. They released a version with different switches now. Recently. I want that. I just have a 30 euro Sharkoon keyboard, Sharkoon Skillo. And it doesn't have that. And it's paying you would love it most bit for Christmas. Nah. They have a cat mouse pad. Which is quite funny because, you know, mouse, cat, mouse pad, it's, yeah, funny. I'm using the neck pillow from my gaming chair for my hand just now. It kind of works. It's a bit harder to press all the things, but it doesn't pain me as much. So maybe life hack? All I need to do to this life hack is one gas pack. But a keyboard? Yeah. A keyboard. And like some keyboards already have one built in. I want one of those. Generally, they are too short. Why not to put your fingers above the keys so it's more natural curve? Yeah. The neck pillow is doing wonders. It actually does that. quite well. Just not the most comfortable. So like, not perfect. Pretty decent. I can also give this a better curve. No peeking? What peeking? Some guy who claims his cooking skill is 123. No. No. Did he play closed beta? Then maybe. If like the only thing was that they did was gathering materials and then cooking. I don't think so.
Gotta work, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work, gotta work. Work.
A black cat. Am I allowed to put pressure on Niche by saying that she's going to stream today again? Or would that be mean? No, I could be honest and say she mentioned that she can't guarantee it. Let's ask her. No, in yesterday's stream, she said that she's likely going to stream again today. So that's okay, right? I just leave out the part about the no guarantee. It's what business people do. I'm going to stream every day of the challenge except 25th. Wait, 20... Does JD stream on his birthday directly? There was no announcement like that, right? It was just in general getting ideas for a birthday stream. You think so? Yeah, okay, cool. Ooh, because I can't not stream 2 days or not work on the challenge 2 days. You know what? I'll just make a birthday present for his birthday stream and pretend that I was intended that way and not that I just wasn't able to pull it off before. I would probably understand anyway, but you know, I can pretend to be nice. Yes. Can you spell E-Y-E-S? Yes. What does Y-E-S spell? Yes. What does E-Y-E-S spell? Yes. You know that meme? I keep forgetting to turn on face project. And if it doesn't snap there. Classic, yeah. I only know the animated version. Yes, I do. Yes. Ears. Let's go. EP. Get a stretch. I think I woke up at 10 from noises outside, but then I fell asleep again, and that's when I had the dream. Usually I remember the dreams when I'm like not sleeping all the way. It's kind of more like a daydream, I guess. And especially weird ones. I remember those most vividly. Ing-chan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Devil's Guild. I hope you will enjoy your stay. The name sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar. Yes, I'm following. Aha. You're tripping with our names familiar too? My name's familiar too? Yeah. I'm already following you. But I must admit, I was either just lurking or have just followed, but might never have appeared. I'm hiding in the shadows. Okay, what are the options? I shall choose your lunch. What are the options? Let's give me something. Yeah, I need to know the options. Let's see if I can find that. Food and drinks. Okay. How about rice with chicken? Something that has rice and chicken in it. And if I don't know, you eat meat? Probably, right? I don't know. Let me know if you don't. And as for drink, ooh, Diet Coke, Coke Zero. Or is that too unhealthy? Can also just pick water. Drink some water. How's it going, Thingy-chan? As a fellow 3D modeler. How are your hands doing? From pressing all the shortcuts. Literally never have Coke Zero. Yeah, now's the first time. Rice and chicken? Yeah. If you can find that. Thanks, gang. Just chilling while working. Good job. Oh. You're watching me while at your work. Can you put me on the big screen? I want to wave to everyone. I can't wave. I don't have hands. Things are good. I'm using Blender right now and I only really have Paint Blender. So many shortcuts. Yeah. Back from home? Ah, okay, okay. So you already have me on the big screen. I see. Blender. Yeah. It's... It's a 7TV mode. I would suggest a Pepsi Max. What's a Pepsi Max? Like what's so max about it? Pops up on screen, so I'm typing it so it shows up. Yeah. If you want to see it in your chat, you can install the 7TV add-on. If not, then that's probably fine. You'll find out what quirky emotes we have here. There's 370 emotes. Because 7TV gives you 1,000 slots. 1,000. Crazy. Crazy? That was... I mean, sorry. White rice or fried? Fried. Let's get some shinies then. Ooh. Sounds good. You did it yesterday? Okay, then something else. That's what I said, give me options. I need to know what's available. I'm a German. I don't go to a restaurant unprepared. I look at their menu on the internet, and when I'm there I already know what I'm going to pick. I just pretend that I'm picking something. That's how I do it. Can eat again. You can eat things twice. Yeah, you can, but you get tired of it. So I might be the reason you will never want to eat it again, and I don't want to be that. So please, pick wisely. Tingshan, do you have a 3D job from home? Home office 3D modeler? Or maybe home office artist? If I'm asking too many questions, just let me know. I don't mean to interrogate you or anything. It's a niche thing, I make Minecraft models. Yeah, that does sound niche. Niche? That was niche. You mean... Okay, now I'm interested. Do you make Minecraft models for mods? Or... like skins? Or animation ready? Or... It's not completely niche. I know a couple like Minecraft animator, not personally, but I on YouTube, a couple of Minecraft animators, or I've also heard someone else mention that their daughter does Minecraft skins. Minecraft Bedrock has a marketplace and company publish under that marketplace. Work from companies that do that. Oh. Yeah, it's not... I guess in the grand picture it's niche, but I know that that exists. To be honest, I don't use nor really like Minecraft Bedrock. Because I've just always lived with Java and Java has it all, so like I never considered switching. The only thing I saw that I think is in Minecraft Bedrock is the Minecraft Education Edition. I think that one is based on Minecraft Bedrock, and that's cool. No one does, unless you're a kid. Oh no. But you like your job, right? You like making Minecraft models? Because it sounds cool. It doesn't matter what you do it for. Yeah, it's more stable. Huh. Maybe. Java's Optifine. Select models, animation stuff like that for the maps of Persona, which are like cosmetics you buy to make your own skins. It's fun and pays the bills, I love it. There aren't the many remote jobs in 3D, so it's a dream. Yeah, that's true. I've been looking at 3D remote jobs too. And remote internships. Because I'll have to do something soon. I graduated, but not the good way. I decided to exmatriculate and now I have to look for something. Because I want to switch what I'm studying, and yeah. Do you use Blender to make the Minecraft models, or do you use something like Blockbench? Or maybe something completely different? It's Blockbench? With Blender and stuff for other models? Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah, no, about Blockbench. Thought about getting into making Minecraft models too and make a custom mod. Probably something like NPCs and waifus. just to start with. And then get into most and stuff. It's cool what you can do. I think I'm already thinking too big now. And then I have the skills to make models in Blender, so I'm using that and making games in Unity. But it's too cool. If I were younger and I discovered it earlier, definitely would have picked it up. But now it's too late. No, it's never too late, but I'm just too lazy to learn it, I guess. I'm still a baby. Yeah, I could learn it now, but I don't have a super big can learn on an hour ease. Crunch is amazing in Trenches Rebuild. Yeah. 100%. I did what I usually do and ignore what you said and order what I... Great. No, I did recommend that fee. I said if you already had that yesterday and I picked something else. And you did that. Good job. I think I want to have two here. I stumbled across Minecraft Workbench in a Minecraft Live, I think. Sedge. That's not good. Clock in. Fast. Tsunohami. Hello. Thank you for follow. Welcome to the House Guild. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Just popping along. Oh.
Just popping along. We're already 2 hours and we just managed to finish the head. What's been going fast yesterday is going slow today. Dang it. I need to be faster. Ah. What happened here? Okay, easy trick to pretend that we're fast. I'll do the whole arm in a couple seconds. Thank for the stretch.
Oh, Skull Tuber debut win. Yo, bunny with a skull? Bunny Unui skull?
I love that clip. Yeah, I have another question. Thingy. First of all, can I call you Thingy? I don't know if Thingy is okay with you. So we go, okay. How did you find me? I'm curious and I must learn about the Twitch algorithm. Screen art categories, we're looking for 3 artists. Oh. Any twos below. Nice. I'm glad that more people are discovering me there now. Because there are plenty of 3D artists on Twitch as well. Less than 2D, but still quite a lot. And then being discovered over that page is not super easy. But I'm glad that I appear there. Yay. And yeah, we are working, just so I know, we're working on this character here. Finya Mian. A android / digital cat girl. You can see the bots in chat, Finny bots. That's supposed to be Finya. And though I designed this OC anyway, I'm now making her a model for the challenge. Niche challenge. To make an avatar / sculpt / drawing / artwork / whatever in 1 week. And I'm making a VR shit model. But there are like 3 to 4 of them live at any time around. I don't have that much to choose from. That's true. God damn, I'm saying the same. I have 1 week time for this. What? And lately I've just done retopology because I have to build a portfolio this and next month so that I can apply for an internship. It's a bit, like I said, I'm dropping out of college or university rather, and want to switch to a different one, but I have a 1 year gap in between because the application period is already closed. So in this 1 year, I have to somehow make money, and one way to get support, state support, is to work somewhere. And so I'm looking for an internship. And for that, to apply for an internship, I need a portfolio of some sort. I can recommend you a couple 3D artists if you're looking for other people. I know one friend is currently streaming, Mintexa. yeah, I'm also working on this model, which is also I use for my latest YouTube short video to show how I check my bends on retopology. And I also have this one. I'm making characters for a fantasy/steampunk world and for a game that I'm working on. Yeah, for now. Challenge. The challenge activities are so fun, my gosh. I just can't with 3D. I tried doing Artfight this year and I did one model and a half. That's already a lot for 3D. About Artfight. It was my first Artfight this year. I joined as well. I did Sculpt. Maybe I have them in recent. Yeah, for example, this one. I did sculpts, I animated the sculpts, which is a dumb idea, don't animate sculpts. But they look cool. And how many attacks did I finish? 4? I think 4 attacks. Leg spike. Wait for it. The shadows are loading in. There we go. Kind of what I didn't explain was that the one model I completed accidentally chose someone that wasn't participating. It was my first year, so I didn't know. So I ended up not having anything to show. Sad. It was my first year too, but I already knew about it since last year. I just missed to join or didn't have the time to back then. It's too much work. It is. It's a lot of work, and I don't want to. So what happened? Okay, so what happened? I can show you the website if you also want to follow me on Artfight or something. I don't know. Feel free to do so. Oh my god, 34 minutes. Okay, I have to explain something. I made a couple attacks. I made these attacks here. They're animated. The animation is not uploaded to here because uploading animations to Artfight is annoying. One moment. It's too mature. I have to log into ArtStation to show the animation there. And logging into ArtStation is a bit annoying because it wants to affect authentication. So give me one moment, please. Okay. I should watch out because it probably starts me on the main page. What is Artfight? I just started getting to 3 a couple months ago. Artfight is an event that happens every July, at least every year, and people make art and attack by making art of the opposite team. Yeah. So you can upload your OCs, everyone uploads their OCs, and there's 2 big teams. This year it was vampires and werewolves. I was part of vampires. And you make points by making fan art of other people's OC from the opposite team. You can also do it for the same team, but it gives it less points. And you're basically based on what you say that you submitted. Like you say if it's 2D or 3D, you say if it's rigged, if it's animated and stuff like that. You get points. And yeah, you can see it here. 3D modeling, no base, made from scratch, separate texture, rigged, partial animation. With that you get points, and all these points are being summed up, and then there'll be a winner in the end. Yeah, I did this attack. The animation is here. It's just small animations, nothing too crazy. I also gotta change that name. If I use that name and apply somewhere, they're gonna be like, who is that?
I'll have to put my real name there, I think. Is it? Wait, is it on there? I'll just show you the animations on here real quick. I had my real name here at some point, because I put it away. I also did this animation. It's small animation, because animating a scalp, terrible idea. Animating millions of polygons, not great. I did this one. This bunny I just showed. And this one, Mocha. If I named that too, but then I got creepy people on Twitch. Yeah, I kind of have to do that, because if I say, I don't know how people usually do it, but I think, I think I have to put in my real name, because if I'm like, yeah, this is my portfolio, who would believe me? I don't know. So maybe at some point you'll find my real name there. But yeah, I did these animations. So what happened is this one here that I've shown. It's in the featured here. Featured 3D render. This was my first art fight, and this was my very first art fight attack ever. And I landed in there. It was a bit too crazy for me. And after that, I got so many new people following me. I can't attack everyone. If I could, I would, but I can't. It's too much time and too much effort. I'm hopeful that not everyone is like, oh, I want to be attacked by that person, because I couldn't do it. But yeah, I'm in there, and I have 34 new messages. Help! Help! It's a fun event, though. I really had a lot of fun doing all these artworks. If you want, you follow me. Also, feel free to share your profiles. Then I can attack you, thingy. I want to attack. Yep, I got a lot new follows. Help. We'll see. I'll do maybe simpler revenges when I get attacked. Because I can't put in as much effort to each of these. Because yeah, basically I did one per week. It was fun, but it's also a bit exhausting. Can't do that for everyone. But I'll do it for friends for sure. I can also do a bit of coding. I am currently developing a game in Unity called Devil's Guild Hunt, at least for now. I want to develop more games in the future. And either work in a studio or build my own.
We'll see where this goes. Mhm. Yeah, maybe I miss things. But why don't I see most accomplish artists use meshes, which for anatomy? I can't speak for everyone. I personally use it as practice. I don't need to save a lot of time, and I'm pretty fast at starting from scratch, starting a sculpt from scratch. And topology-wise, I like to make changes. Like every model is a little bit unique, needs unique things, and I used practice, do different things, tried out different things. Yeah, if you want to save time, then people usually save it by using meshes. I don't, because I'm known as the Blender masochist. I have many names: Blender Encyclopedia, Blender Masochist, Crazy, many names. And welcome moment you have to. Their streaming is just funny, so who cares? Depends on the person. Yeah. I learn Blender currently and trying to do everything myself. So much to learn. Yeah. And I'm still learning to this day. So if we always use the same mesh, you will always get the same end results. But by using a different mesh, I can try things out and see what works, what doesn't work. That's my reason for doing it. But if you want to learn Blender, you're in the right place. I like helping out where I can. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm interested, so good job. And accomplished? I don't know. I'm not accomplished. Established, maybe. Not accomplished. Not yet. I set my mesh up with the expectation to reuse it, trying to make things modular and reusable. Ooh. It really depends how much of a beginner you are. how long have you been modeling? If it's under a year, I wouldn't do that. If it's over a year, maybe, but only reuse it a couple of times. Because, like, you will learn more and you'll want to change things. So don't stick by the rule. On off with breaks for 3 to 4 years. All hobby. Yeah, that's not beginner. That's what to say? Intermediate. If you want to work efficiently, if you want to be a model industry production line, then yeah. It's perfectly fine to reuse models. And people do it. I've had a lot of people come to me be like, why do you not reuse your models? I'm like, because I'm dumb. And I like it that way. Hehe. I'm just really happy with that. I'm also just hobby artist, more or less. I don't do commissions, I don't work for anyone. At least not at the moment. How do I do this? Might have been smarter to just trace it first. If I push these around, then things start to break. I'm sometimes referencing old models that I made. So I figure it works. I think I'm approaching 3D modeling a bit different. Yeah, that could be the case. There's no one way, there's no right or wrong way. I mean, there's a less optimized way, there is a... There's no absolute wrong way. Put it like that, but... As you learn more techniques, as you learn more about topology, you'll get better, then... You'll understand what not to do. Doing things modular, people do that. You can buy base meshes that are modular, where, I don't know, you can just put in a different head, put in a different body, and use it as a sculpting base and stuff. But I wouldn't want to do that, because like every character I make is very unique. And I don't plan on making them all look like game NPCs. And all the same. I can take my time there. What? What is the comments? Not much came back from a break and I left on the stream and I came back to. Okay. So every time you go on a break, I should give you a different view. You like that? Look respectfully, okay? Currently trying to make Puva physics with simulation notes, super fun. Nice. Simulation notes are great. I haven't used them though. But I know they're great. Take me to Spain. I'm so glad there are people like you that find that fun. So that I can with people like me don't have to do it. I like to do technical stuff too sometimes. It's fun every now and then, yeah. I mean, I'm also doing coding. I have not really dived into geometry nodes, so I only know very basics of it. I'm not super good at math either, so for me it's mostly trial and error. What's that math about? Luckily you don't have to be anymore. It's not, with the nodes, it's not, you need math degree to be able to do it. It makes math more approachable. And sometimes just trying things out works just as well. I don't know how dense I want to go with this. In the end, I'll have to apologize this manually anyway. Ah. Sadly, I can't do it fully automatic. The same by doing these physics and simulation nodes, you can visualize all the forces on the mesh and see shockwaves as colors. Ooh, true. I thought about that, because you can transfer the data over to materials. Nice. I've seen people use it for shrink, for wrinkle simulations.
Catnap is legal. How's your foot feeling? How much would love to use in triangle there? Actually, let me do it like that. His art from his good distance away, so it's going to be a bit. Ah, okay. So in the meantime, we just decided to annoy Thenia. And demand the yarn again. That's not very nice. She started by not giving you the yarn. You asked for it. And my fault again was just the last straw. It's just boring work good now though, when you're repainting a bunch of frames. You wanna switch? You wanna do the retopo? What's more exciting? Secret of it any day. Okay, let's switch. We will use a program to control each other's PC. And I'll do your work and you do mine. Sounds like a plan. How to connect this up? Good at more loops. More loops. We have some loops. Contract really enough allows me to outsource my work. What? It's settled then. Let's go. In a company that has that always in contract, so bizarre. Yeah, that is strange. Unique. I'm sorry I can't take the boring work from you. Let's suffer together. Or something like that.
Ring shoulders is hard? You think so? I think the pelvis is harder. Because there you had the legs, especially here. Shoulders is like this area here, and the rest is taken over by the arm bone. And a little bit in here maybe. Sorry for all the yawning. I need you. I'm not allowed to yawn. Sorry. Mm. Yeah. This should be fine. I'll test it once I connect this up. Yeah, this might get tricky. This is really hard for me, but I'm happy with where I got to. It's a lot of volume bounds for drivers to get somewhere. I think I use volume bounds, if that's the right term. You mean envelope? What? Envelope bounds? These guys here that rig in a certain area and you can, what's it? Even if possible, on my current base there are only 2. I don't use them at all. How do you, wait, I don't know, because I don't use them, I don't know the shortcut. There's a shortcut to change the radius of these. Shift A? No. It's not scaling, is it? Volume preserving bones. Basic bones that also deform but move via drivers. Oh. I do use them, yeah. Butt bones, for example.
have two. Here, butt bones. I use them very little. I also have twist bones, but those aren't really volume keeping. A little bit. Yeah. Get better butt deformations like that. Respectfully. Oh god. Might be smarter to direct this one in here. Mm. Good enough. 2.5 hours for this. We'll be sitting here a long time. Ah. Queen of Sass. Impressive. I'll finish the main body topology for sure today. The inside maybe. Today and tomorrow is just modeling, basically. The hair will also take quite a while. I'm not looking forward to that. As always. We'll check that. It is 62, wow. I like that the max chance is exactly somewhere so you can't guess it. Well done, you guessed correct. I just executed your order. Mr. President. How long is your election period actually? You weren't even elected. You just became president. You're the first president of the Dallas Guild. Get me that yarn. No, never. President. Pinya doesn't believe in presidents. The presidential yarn. You needed to be a president? Wouldn't that mean that Phineas the president? No. Why not? Just a token thing. Okay. I'm not so sure about this here. Might be smarter to just add that. It's the presidential pen. That's a thing? Never heard of that. $15. 14. Wait, that's 13. I am so confused. Generally presents use a similar pen in the same pen in office. Oh. Interesting. So is that to promote recycling or secondhand It's not the same one, probably. $19 pen. $90. Fancy. If I were to follow this, we have a little issue. 7. Not only that, but that won't help. Something that happens. Now I am president. I need to buy a new pen for $90. Ah. Sure. I can. And I don't know what to do here. Help. It's a bit weird, but here. Oh, yeah, no, that's not good. Let's pen button users. Out of stock. Century 2 classic black road. And damn. That's a fancy pen. You should maybe add one of those to your throne. Just in case you become real president. I would vote for you. Oh man, that's an issue. Because this one goes nowhere really. It was one too much. I'm confused as to how that happened. And unsure as to how to resolve it. Let me know when your food arrives. I want to wish you a guten appetit. Guten Appetit. Lass es dir schmecken. There's something funny here. Maybe. And do that. That's a bit too funny. Not again. So this has to be connected here. That would make a closed loop. I can work with that. Yeah, the issue here was that. Okay, I can make that work. No. I want to use triangles. Is there even a way to do this with what's only? I'm not sure. I could do this. Okay, found a solution. I will bevel this loop here. Oh, wait. Yeah. I'll blow this loop here later. The caps lock active. Whoops. My yarn. My yarn. Actually, I won't do that just yet. Because I need to connect it up and check if the connection works. Can you hide under that blanket? Rip.
In normal to the reverse. I'll bevel it first, no inside it, but inside. That should work. Does that look like? It's okay.
I'm still unsure if I should bake normals or not. I prefer triangles. Chami des, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Up. Nice. Have you slept well? Do you have nice dreams? I'm good. My hand is doing better. It's not hurting that much anymore, and I'm making good progress. Kinda slow, but steady at least. Thank you. It's an android. It's Inyamyan. An original character that I designed before the challenge. Shortly before the challenge, and now I just decided to actually turn it into a model within 1 week. Because I like paint. Mm. Between 30 and 46.
Oh, we're getting closer. Between 37 and 40. So 38, maybe. Nice. Well done. I'm experimenting more with muscle defining topology now. I'm not sure if it's good or not. That is to be determined. I'm gonna do a bend check. Wait, actually... Actually, that's not what I want. I need to rework the topology. Remove. Remove. Quick. Yeah, I wanted to bend this way. Yeah, not perfect, but pretty good. I wanted to have this sharp corner here. This will work. At least the loops need to be like this. We need to find a way to add that to polymodeling. Add what to polymodeling? The bending trick? Oh, the smoothing here. Maybe this. Yeah, it's pretty handy. Five bone spine for humanoid drake. I've seen it. I think it will work. For this model, how would slide redex? That'd be true. That'd be so good. I don't know how it works. Does humanoid allow so many bones? A humanoid drake? Or do you use 5 bones but differently? I mean, the side relax trick, it's actually supposed to be rather to move it, I think, because you're using the smoothing of this and smoothing doing something different is unusual. And you have this regular smoothing. Bonk.
we go. It's definitely no regular arm topology. I can't use my tricks anymore, no. But I really like these. Cool. I could remove this one technically. Strixus, do you know how the five bone spine works? I don't. Trying it out? Okay. So, I'm counted. One flips. Ah, okay. I think this is pretty nice. Well, Liesel. This will take forever. I need to drink something right back. I am muted. That's because I'm eating. My avatar bounces anyway. Because I'm only muting myself in OBS. But I can't mute the program. Now I'm all out of chocolate raisins. Patch. What ends are we currently? 5,000 tries? Okay. Okay. Our limitation is... Let me look it up. Our limitation is 70,000. Yeah. I think we might even get excellent. Actually, the hair will take a lot, so. Chocolate covered raisins? Yeah. Never heard of chocolate raisins before? Like chocolate covered? Yeah, chocolate covered raisins. Exactly. Ara. Ababa ara. Abara. Yes. I like chocolate raisins. How's it going, Abba? Are we currently working? Currently chilling? Sweating? Oh yeah. Too hot. I am losing motivation by the second. It's way too hot. Yeah, it's way too hot. A specific add-on. Currently I'm using the Polybuild tool that is Blender default. I guess the only add-on I use for Retopology sometimes is Mirror Tools. Because it has a really handy feature where I can just add a couple circles like this. Then go to Mirror Tools, Retopo Loops, and bam, it does that. That's really handy. Other than that, not really. I mostly use basic Blender stuff. Loop Tools is... yeah, that's the other one. Loop Tools. That one's also... it's a built-in add-on. You just have to activate it. It's a better freaking cold. Yeah. I want a cold winter too. And snow, please. I want snow. Can I have snow, please? Boo-boo. One star for me? Thank you, Abba.
You're keeping no? Because you can't get the yarn? Yeah, I knew it. You won't get it! Never! And why are you and Abba now collaborating? I thought you were fighting over the yarn. All the snow, yes! Abba's on my side. Mine and Finia's side. I bet next yarn game, Abba will get the yarn. You get the yarn one day, you just have to wait for your turn. And then you can have it for half an hour, okay? Half an hour. I was so kind of even sharing it. Hello. Should I add a belly bone again? Well, the belly will be transparent this time, so maybe hard to see. E.T. I was so scared of E.T. as a kid. E.T. nach Hause telefonieren. Was ist sein Zuhause? I watched it when I was too young. can pet a bot? Yes, you can. You can do lots of things with Finia. You can also feed her some tuna. This is the bot, by the way. That's the character they're making. Finia. The bot is the way she speaks with you in chat. And for the save. Wait, it's 8.5 circle. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, does it make sense? Wait. One, two, three, four, five, six. Why are you not in the middle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. Ah. Yeah. It's weird again, no. But not happy. Why? Is it now happy? Now it's happy. With the best rotation. That? Or is this retopo? Yes, this is retopology. Harachu. Thank you for some. I have some cold water in the fridge. So I'm noticing that you're redeeming the simulation the moment where the bat is visible. I'm just noting it down. You don't have to be sorry. I just see your cheeky intentions. But I should thank you. YouTube is throwing me into some weird music playlists. Huh. It's a pretty dense spot. I'm not sure if I want it to be that dense. But it can't hurt either. Is it too dense? Can it be too dense? Do you think as a too dense spot? I just want to give it a better information. I didn't make it as dense on other models usually. Oh, I remember. I'm gonna try to do the same thing here. So let me redo the word fill. Like this. Yeah, we're good enough. I want it to be like that for a couple of reasons. The main one is it gives a clean bend forward. Really happy about that though. Put the water bottle next to me. I hope that it stays cool for a little bit. Stay. Wait, did I... Did I really miss it? Did it not pop up? We got a throne gift? Sorry, Faye, I missed it. Thank you very much. A surprise gift. I'm scared. I'm scared. What does it mean? What's a surprise gift? I might have forgotten to add the source in here. I've added it now. So I forgot. I'm scared. What is it? What is it? Ah. Is it a yarn? I wonder. I know when you sent 2 hours ago was what it says. Was it the conversation about toaster and pizza oven and microwave? I have a microwave. Please don't tell me you sent me a microwave. I'm scared. If I hear ticking, I'll send it back. I don't know. It's kinda dense. Ask me. So I'm not sure how to connect that. Getting somewhere. How many rips is that? 18. That's quite a lot. Could do that. Those. Is it fine? What are we talking? 6,000. I'm not gonna use any sub-D like I said. So I think we're good. And this is not as muscle defined as the reptile we're gonna maintain. It's very dense back here, so maybe I'll push that forward. A masterpiece of feline beauty. I think Pinya is judging her own body here. Is she correct? I think we're getting there with the shapes. Nice, nice. Nice ice. Mm-hmm. 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 No, I'm lazy. I'm lazy, I don't want to do this. So I'll just do that. Hee. I'm just hoping that I didn't break anything. I set up the vertex group correctly. Would you recommend choosing a different color than something like black or dark blue or gray or whatever? Choose something lighter. I wanted to choose something that might resemble the metal. Kind of. Why are you leaking the screen? Maybe like that. That's better. 14. Wait. What happened? Oh yeah, we reduced it. 18, 14. Okay. If we have 14. Ouch. Okay, you know what? Let me first model this. Let me first model this and then we decide how to connect it. Because it would kind of make sense to make a double. Yeah, I could use this one technically. Do it like this. I'm not sure if I want that though. Why does it not want to work? Oh, that's too much. Don't do that to me. Nah, maybe not. Oh, well, we do it this, it's the same results. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Okay, I do know. We just don't do this. We connect further down. That. And I could also just make it go past it on the side. That too is an option. I just need to make sure that we have equal amount on both sides. So that's 6 vertices, and that is 4. No. No. Let's do that again. That is 6 vertices, and that is 5. I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, works. Okay, okay. The inward twist helps. This will be funny. I could try to just do, yeah, and then down. And then here, right down maybe. But I don't know, I might want to... I'll have to try to get it to work. Because I could also make it go around here. What is that loop? That's a funny one. Could try to loop the funny one into here. Then maybe. When it gets hard and you can't see, just use the render region. Easy. Indie Folk Central. No. I'll take fantasy music. Fantasy. That's where I live. Hello, JD. Yeah, hello. Yeah. I'm confusing myself here.
Daddy, I'm stuck.
Always. Sorry. As soon as you come in. It's gotta happen, you know, it's a rule. One, two, three, 6. Did I do it one too early? I did one too early. Probably want to see what we're working on. An ad.
Fucking quiet. He's screaming around.
Yeah. I noticed. Oh,
PH33N1X ギフテッドさん、マンツオブティアー 12JD21、ゼイブギフテッド58マンツインザチャンネル。
thank you, Fee. Thank you for the gifts up to JD21. You must know, he still needs to watch the ad. But thank you so much. Thank you. 10 seconds. It's also a good apology. Welcome back, JD, and everyone who watched the ad, and thank you for your voluntary support. Yeah, great apology. What is in progress? An apology, just buying Allies against Phinia. Don't do it. Robo, excuse me? Robocat? No, he's digital. Digital android. The readable so far, it's very experimental in areas. Very chaotic. I think I know what I'm doing. I might have eaten too much glue today though, so not 100% sure. But yeah, this is her design. Well, oh my god, I have to make the interiors look. What can I glue? Uhu. Uhu Klebestift. First I sniff, then I eat. Also, my hands kinda stinky. But I shouldn't mention that to you because then you get mad at me. I have to do lots of models for portfolio, So I'm working on 3 models at the same time. I'm working on the Scorpion, for example. I'm doing the hair currently. And I'm working on the Dragon Lizard. I'm working on this one as well, also with the Apology. Then I'm working on Fenian now, which I have to do 1 week. My second name is Miam. Fenia Miam. Yeah. I usually get... That's true. Only JD. For some reason. Everyone else is fine. Yeah. There you go. That's the one. It's 3 here. What did I do wrong? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. This needs to be connected like that. Please don't get angry at me. I have too much work to do. Okay, this should be correct now. Yeah. There we go. Oh my god. Wait. That's... I think that is correct. I'm confused. I've been doing nothing but the chapo every single day for over a week now. Also game. Do you want to see the game? The progress on the game? I haven't showed it to you yet. There's not a lot done. Just basic movements. And started working on enemy AI. Okay, I'll open it. It's just gonna take like 5 minutes. I wanna later on for a very polished version. I want to move into machine learning and use that for the enemies. So they learn from you and they learn from rules. They're not super simple. They're not like walk to their attack, walk back, stuff like that. No, they will be more complex. And they will also learn to use the environment and stuff. That's the goal. Because I like AI. I want to learn how to do AI. Make a bowling AI. What would be a bowling AI? Think of it, Ashley. Oh, what about here? Mark like sauce bosses? Yeah. Then inventory system like Resident Evil, where you have to organize the stuff beforehand before you go attacking. Cooking system, not like other games, if I had one. Not like, open inventory mid-fight, eat something and... In 3 days? Yes, ABBA stream debut. I'm hyped. Hello, Ashley. You keep missing the Ritopo. I mean, this time you actually joined right time. We're not done yet with the Ritopo. Okay. Unity Hub has started. I'm animations. Going to start the game. It will take some time to load because I don't have it on a necessity. I also need to set up the version control.
Hi there.
Just to make sure that I don't scuff anything. But yeah, I'm also using this to learn. I use it to learn IK foot placement. I used it to learn how to use a terrain toolbox. Yeah. Very cool. And I used Mickey so far, as you might have already seen. JD, by the way, now that you're here, you're probably going to do that soon-ish, an announcement when the birthday stream is going to be. But is there already an unofficial announcement when birthday stream is going to be? Because I must admit, I want to make fan art. I want to make present. But this week I'm really busy with the challenge and the portfolio stuff and setting up Patreon and other things. So I wish I could have been here since the start. I'm back home. Oh, welcome back home. I have to work till around 10 PM that day. Oh, is that why it's... Oh, it is going to be on your birthday. I will make a present, but maybe start of next month. I can't do it right now. I know that. But I want to do something anyway. Maybe I'll add something to the game. I'll add you to the game. Jay needs to learn fingerboard tricks. Yes. I used to play that as a kid a lot. I had a couple. It was fun. I used to be able to do small tricks. Okay, so birthday stream is going to be on the 26th. Interesting. Actually, actually that's good that it's late then, because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stream 2 consecutive days the challenge or not work on a challenge. But if it's late, then I can stream before that. Don't have any other date that I can stream? Okay, I see. Nice. I mean, not nice that you're so busy, but nice that you could find the time. I'll be there for Pico Park and golf and whatever you want to do at your servers. Just do it after work? Yeah. Also got a really bad quality tech deck-ish knockoff Hello Kitty themed one in a candy thing. Oh. Hello Kitty. With the greatest tricks. We'll wait for Unity to start. We'll take a short break. I already sculpted and roughly modeled in the insides too. You can see it here. It's not super fancy, and just this part and the upper legs will be transparent. The butt actually won't be transparent, but all this bit will be transparent here. I think it's going to be cool. Maybe not the back of the leg here. So like transparency might go here, down like that. Add a tech deck to your throne. He gifted me something today, a surprise gift from Throne. I am scared. I don't know what it is, but we've been talking about microwaves and ovens and whatnot. Was it tech deck? Imagine if you said me tech. I mean, it would already be in Germany. Now I just have to bring it over to JD. Throne? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, Throne is a website where you just put things on your wish list. Can be anything, can be Amazon, can be from the website. They have a couple shops there. And people can buy you that without the need for you to put in or give your address to the public. If you get you an oven. Nice. Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Why did you see? You don't plan on doing the... It's a secret? Okay, I didn't hear anything. I need to make one? I was looking for something like that? Yeah. Then we can gift you things. And that should fall... not under... regular... text or whatever. I don't know. One. There it is. Okay. Wait. Play maximized. For you, JD, I also... not just for you, but for everyone who has problems with the hands, including me. I added control support already. I used the new Unity input system, which makes it really easy to map... Wait, you can't see it. To map things to... No more Throne invites? You need to get invited? I probably have some. I have to get me it's for one of my friends' parents when they get to choose something for my birthday. Oh, true. If we find your account, we're gonna follow you anyway. Hello, Jessima. Woodman. Okay, here's the game. You will see it at a very low FPS rate, I'm sorry. My PC can't handle it all. I see it smoothly at least. You'll see it laggy. But for now, you can walk, you can jump. The jump is based on how long you press. So if you press really short, you can do a short jump. If you press long, you do a long or a high jump. You can sprint. Yeah, it's, oh my god, super laggy for you. 20 FPS. Have fun with it. You can sneak. And if you sprint and then sneak, you slide. And if you don't press anything afterwards, you're gonna go back to walking. But if you keep holding the sneak, then you're gonna continue sneaking. So the idea is that you can slide behind objects and then cover yourself there. And you can also directly go back into sprinting. Yeah. Yeah, okay, foot placement, you can see it here. That it kind of attaches to the ground. The camera is independent of the movement. That's a really important given one. And I also started adding a basic enemy. Right now it just patrols around, but it patrols around randomly. It's not determined on some path. Just it's in every, I think every like 10 seconds. Added a threshold that can be between 10 and 20 seconds. It picks out a new point within a circle. Is JD watching? Hello? I don't hear any reaction. Okay, this is less laggy actually. Yeah, the enemy. You can see the small circle here. This is where it picks a random point in, and the big circle is the maximum that it can walk around right now. It won't go outside of that. And added that if I walk in front of it, it's going to detect me. And walk up to me and follow me. You can see the red line. It follows the head movement. And when it's in attack range, then it's going to switch to attack mode, which I haven't coded yet. But basically, right now it follows right to my position, which now is pushing me away. Keep monsters surprisingly scary. Yeah, I mean, it's a good shape. I might make a monster in that shape later. I was actually thinking of maybe streaming again one day. Don't let thank you. You gotta get a desktop PC. At least a tiny one. Yeah, and right now it doesn't do anything anymore. It's just in attack mode now, but I have coded attack mode and there's no logic to go back into follow mode. Yeah, that's it for now. And you can see in the background, terrain, yoo-hoo. The terrain was made with the terrain toolbox from Unity. You can also use that to paint in grass or rocks, trees, stuff like that. Yeah. And that's it for now. The IK foot placement I learned because I'm probably going to use it to make procedural animation for Scorpion. And all the animations are currently placeholders. Because Mixamo animations are broken, I just used one frame of each. Whee. Yeah. I'm going to get a desktop PC when I graduate and get a job, which is still 2 years from now. Okay. I hope Judy saw that. If not, uh-oh. I'll leave it open for now. Maybe went to the toilet or something. Or got some soup. Actually, the retrofit that I'm doing here is not what I usually do. I'm switching to a more muscle-defining topology now. And not using step-driven surface. So it's a bit more complex now than what I used to do. Thank you. I'll get back to it in a bit. I can't do it this week, next week, neither. Then early in September, there'll be Game Jam 1 week in my university where I want to participate because a friend invited me and I'm allowed to go there. I should set up for... Yeah, I'll squeeze it in where I can. I don't know. But thank you very much. And I'll be looking forward to your feedback and input. You're right, I haven't done a game design document yet, as the first couple steps were really clear to me what I wanted to do. I can definitely work on that on the side. I have noted down a lot of ideas that I want to add. Yeah. And for a first prototype, I think it's pretty simple. Yeah, I would send you a build then. So like an exe file you can just play, or should I build it and put it on as an HTML as a browser game? Either way, I'll figure out a way. I can probably build it, put it on GitHub, and then you can get it from there. As I'll use GitHub for version management or version control. Yeah. And the models. Okay. Yeah, I think it's easier to do a PC build, a Windows build. As the shaders and stuff might be different on HTML, and I don't know the details. And yeah, right now I'm already working on the...
Oh yeah, that soup. Oh, that soup was so good.
I'm working on the models for the portfolio, which I will also include into the game. Like, the idea for the Scorpion is to play more passively. You attack once or twice with claws and with the sting, and the poisonous sting, and then you maybe walk along the walls and walk away, and this character would be good in caves, for example. where you can also just walk on the ceiling stuff. It maybe not won't make the most sense, but I think it could be a cool mechanic. Where you poison the monster, then you kind of run away, or you put in trap or something. In this character overall, it's more of a poison build. And then this character here, the reptile one, might attack with a slash, like bending down in a superhero pose. Like, imagine I could draw. And then attack, swinging the tail like a whip. I think that would be really cool. Because they have like natural weapons. And I also thought about adding Aaliyah at some point. She is a spear fighter, so that's more a how to say, classic weapon. And we'll add giant monsters. And if you want to design a monster, if you have the time or, well, or just want to doodle something, please, I can add that. Adding some kaijus? Yes. There'll be different kinds of monsters, but the story-wise, I don't know if I have explained to you specifically, but the Abyss. The Abyss is a whole created through kind of a road, like the Earth has split, and how that happened, not 100% clear yet. But from the world is separated into different layers. So like in Sword Art Online's Season 1, Part 2. In Alfheim. And you have the surface layer, you have the maybe Nether, maybe something else. Let's call it Nether for now. And there's the world tree, blah blah, with the world crystal, and a bit of it goes down, and there's some magic crystals down here as well. And the monsters from the Nether, they have already consumed all their magic crystals down there, because they feed and live off of magic crystals, used as a source of energy, and they have eaten all those up. And so now the Abyss appears, and the monsters from the Nether now get out. They want to get the crystals from the surface. Thank you for the stretch. Can you use it while I'm explaining? They want to get to the surface and eat the magic crystals there. But because the species, the humans, and everyone else on the surface is using the crystals for technology and the other things, they obviously don't want to give them away that easily, and that's why they fight. And Devil's Guild is like right here. They're descending. The Devil's Guild is on the frontier of figuring out what's going on with the hole, with the Abyss. And the Abyss itself is like structured into many different layers, and basically the Devil's Guild, they travel from layer to layer and are one of the first guilds to build up cities there. They found little places, bring lots of humans there, bring merchants, and make travel possible. And that's what we are, what we as the guild do. Yeah, and that's for like the backstory of the game, why they're monsters, why we have to fight them. I hope that's simple enough to understand. And also the Devil's Guild is not only fighters. There are lots of fighters, especially in the frontier, but because the guild is not just one building, but rather like has settlements, or has their own guild house in each layer. There's also organization stuff. There is taking care of supplies. There is all kinds of jobs can be there. And this way we can implement many things into the game. Into future games, into whatever we're going to do with this. I'm sweeping in. Thank you, Fee. I can see logs. No! What logs? You mean wood? Would you believe that I don't see the logs? Tehe. Trying to mark me as a cheater. Oh, nice. Thank you, Abba. I'm pretty sure, so I have some left, but I forgot, sorry. Abba did that, so now I can follow you. See what you put on there. Send me the link, please. I need to follow too. Let me buy a tech deck. Why do you want to buy everyone a tech deck? Figuring out how that all works, I'm very boomer. All good, all good. That took me some time as well. No worries. Okay, I want to be lazy again. Let me just duplicate, apply. Lazy for the win. Is that what the expression now turns into? Being a boomer means just you don't know stuff about the internet? Hello, can I... Okay, boomer. So I use this sometimes? It's kind of mean. Don't you think? Okay, boomer. Some boomers know stuff about the internet. Just saying. I'm having a deja vu. I did the same feed yesterday. Similar feed, at least. Could just copy the topology. We're working with 10 vertices. Nicely reduced. I didn't even notice. The shapes should be good. Good enough. Yeah. Google Gaga. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. I'm not going insane, you're going insane. What? I just said crazy. I'm not allowed to say crazy anymore. No. special meaning behind it. Why is that me young man? Okay. I feel scared. Young man. Oh my god. He sounds like my father. Are you winning, young man? I mean. My father sometimes calls me young man. Young man. Young man. Na 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 na. That's how I go in my head then. You can't tell me what to say. I'm free. Free. Can't catch me down, da, 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 da. Can't catch me down, da, da, da. Can I get the Rechopo done today? I don't think so, honestly. I don't think I will. You already streamed for 5 hours. Pain. I'm losing focus. And I still call 5 below, sold for quick decks. But they're sold out, and shipping to Belgium would be ridiculous. No. How cruel. How good they. Not the Hello Kitty. My favorite. Watch out, Ashley. He might come after you. Find it much for that basic G3 monster idols cost $24 in the US, but 35 euros here. Damn. Why? Tell me why the dolls are so expensive. Is it because the euro is worth more? I don't know. Is it inflation? Is it deflation?
What's the cause? I only know sad. The music I'm listening to is so epic. It's just fantasy music. Damn. I'm going crazy. I mean, vibing. What? To be honest, I get you now. Like every single time somebody says crazy, I can hear it in my head and it bothers me. I regret knowing it now. It's pain. We need something else, something better, something cuter. Embrace the crazy. Go crazy, go crazy. No. I wonder, Eurostore sounds like fun. We have that in Germany. And Euro shops. They exist. You have those here? Oh! Come to Germany. Visit an Euro shops. We don't have a lot of them, but we have a couple. How do... So when we're getting to Germany, then das... True. Kommen Sie jetzt nach Deutschland und besuchen Sie unsere 9-Euro-Shops. Die Hinreise kostet nur 600 Euro. I think it's on the couch or bed. One of those two. Looking. Let me know if you find something.
So I discovered him yesterday. I wanted to make a ball jointed doll out of it, but since I can't find small hooks yet, I'm making a new sculpt, which will become a hookless ball jointed doll. And become hooked to sculpting. Good one. That's nice. Let's paint the curtains. Maybe just super expand the curtains. Da, da, da. How many projects do you currently have running actually? Because I think it's quite a lot, right? You have Autumn, you have 2 ball jointed balls now? Autumn main fan art, student stuff to use for Autumn project, plus 20 bunch of. That's a little project. I hope we can manage all those. Like, not lose motivation or anything. It's like, it's good. It's not necessarily better. Many projects running at the same time. That way you can switch, you might be able to do different things. But it just also means that the project will take more time and you might not feel like you're making lots of progress on any project. Because you're not. Because you're splitting your efforts. Just be aware of that. As it has hurt me in the past. The first finish of the project will be on hold until I finish the second one, or I find hooks in the size I need to. I need though? Ah, okay. Good luck. Either of them. Gotta believe. And then it will work out. Leave. Become leave.
Oh wait, I just remembered a movie that I want to recommend to watch for movie night. Merida. The one with the bears. I've not seen it in forever. Gotta write that down. In my pending list. Suggestions. Merida. What's it called, Merida? Red-haired girl. Merida. It's a place. Oh yeah. Found it immediately. I might actually not need the density in these. Maybe I'll... I think that's good enough. How dense are we talking? 8,000. Okay. We are all good. All good. Here seconds. Can't believe you've done this. Oh, it's broken. Maybe I haven't turned it on. I'll bevel this later, if I don't forget. Why are you watching in 0 seconds? He just doesn't have any at all. Feet. Defeat. Defeat. Is that where the term comes from? When you won over somebody, you would step on them, and that's why it's called defeat. Not making no sense. But it could be, right? Could. I wasn't looking. The moment I switched over to Discord, you scared me like that. Ah! You scared everyone else too. Oh man, you're here to claim my soul, aren't you? Invents new bowling techniques. And what's funny, I'll watch it later. It sounds funny. I haven't seen it yet. I'll open it in my browser to watch it later. I wanted to check if Nishus started streaming. Because nobody told me, and she did. Nobody told me. Half an hour late. Damn. I'm missing out on so many carrots. Nisha's live. Thank you, Ava. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I must say, using the neck Abba is alive. Are you sure about that? What if Abba is a highly intelligent machine? Here to scare us all. Using the neck pillow from my gaming chair as for resting my arms is actually working quite well. Just keep doing that in the future. It's like I'm also using the rubber band that it has to lock my arm in. It's working. Life hacks. And I can still press most shortcuts pretty well. Only a little bit slower, but I think that's fine. Given that without it, it would just hurt a lot. Prove it. Watch out, he's gonna send you a reCAPTCHA. To check if you're alive. That'd be a funny animation. At some point, it'll be hard to prove that you're human. How goes the top bar? Goes decently well. We might be able to finish the main body, and then tomorrow we'll do the insides and the hair. Hello, Pseudo Kid.
Hi there.
How goes the game dev?
Hi there.
Hey there. What the game dev doing?
Yeah. Hi there. Yeah.
It's going slow and steady. Nice. Pets. That's good. Take it slow, take it easy. Take your time. And do it well. Getting pulled into different games now. Baldur's Gate 3, what? What game? I'm not sure if doing that is the smartest idea, if I should wrap this around and connect it up here. It might actually be better. Because this is supposed to be... 1 second. Okay. Supposed to be able to go fairly straight, so it might be smarter to connect it up there. Let me do that. Awkward. I don't have time to play a game. If you want to show me something, then please do it in form of a video or screenshots. Oh. Yeah. I don't know what best practice for path topology is, but I'm just thinking, if I were to loop it around here, then what would happen is if it would be stretched out, then you would get this little section here, and then like that. You would see the indent here. And I think that's not supposed to happen, so I'll connect it up there to get a nice deformation. And the loop is still remaining the same. Like that. Finia is not a furry. Finia is an Ikumi, just to clarify, okay? Nobody call her a furry. She's an Ikumi.
Okay.
Welcome back. What game is drawing you in? It's called LAPD, the LAPD 2195 or 21,000, no, 2100, no. I'm confused. You must update code and add multiplayer. Good luck. Multiplayer, yikes. It's hard. It's hard to do. LAPD 2195. Ah. Here, we have a game. Add multiplayer. Good luck. I want to do that for my game too. I want to add multiplayer so that I can play with all of you. And we will replace crap game. Scope multiplayer, so it's easier. Oh, nice. I think it'd be so cool if we could all play Devil's Guild Hunt together. You don't really have to worry about cheating in co-op play since you only hurt you and your friend. That's true. Poor friends. I directed that down. Like this. Where did that one go? Oops, we deck. Like that. When you use less vertices, it's like easier to see what's going on. I'm going to get details about it this weekend, but I think it's only 2-player co-op. Aha. Nice, nice. Nice. Yeah, I wish you good luck. I've never added multiplayer to any game, so I don't know exactly how it works. We will learn that in the future. It's not the greatest co-op game, multiplayer game that anyone will have ever seen. Better than Elden Ring. I think that fits in.
にっこにっこにイエイ
You downstairs, I won't be able to stream it. Yeah. Because of a, what's it called? Non-disclosure agreement. Yeah. Makes sense. Summary engine, so it's not too bad. It's like need to fix up logic and whatnot. But I'm talking to publish right now. Ah, okay. Okay. Hey. Wait. Is that how did it open this door? I guess. Oh yeah, I wanted to bevel that one. Bevel. But I don't like this. Maybe the bevel will help. Yeah, that works. That works. How dense are we? 9,000. Okay. We're all good. We're all good. Wait. I messed up somewhere. I messed up. Mission failed. There we go. It's probably how I, yeah. Okay. No, no, no. Hmm. Would you look at these nice ships? I like it. I want to impress Niche. I want to get it done today. The whole model, everything. Textures, scenes, whatnot, rigging. Have it all. Or we might not even just get the... Let me check the feature forms.
かわいい
Okay, thank you. This is... Pinya Mian. He has a nice figure. Yeah. She's an Android cat girl. I'm using some details in the model, but that's okay. Oops. I will do it like this. Insert, bring it down, and then assign to active group. And I'm just gonna go in and mark what is sharp. Shape has changed a little, but I like it. Compare this to the robot video game character that I made once. Huge difference. Huge difference, and I love it. Gotten better. Yeah, look at that. The spike is try to move it down a little bit. Yeah. That's better. Okay. Yeah. Looking good.
Alright. I can't. I wasn't ready.
Yeah. Mirage. Because of rage. This might not work with the insides. No, it's fine. Well. Wait. No. Creates a clearer cut, but I'm not sure if I even want that, so I'll leave it like this for now. Because this is transparent in front anyway. So you wouldn't see that.
I should add a GIF and like, I don't know if voice recognition can do that, but detect when I'm yawning and then just add the yawning links. GIF, they're cool, they're cute. I want to add a mini mark sharp to the feet. I could add some here. Maybe. Does it work? Does it look good? It helps a little bit. It works. Did you know that Don't Starve Together currently has a collab with Call of the Lamb? When you log in, you get free items. Can recommend it. This is all from Gamer News Lo-Fi today. Tuning in. Yeah, looks kinda weird, but it'll be fine. Ava, your guess is too low. You need to guess higher. Nice spots. Well done. The feet are kind of dense, but they have to be. Have to be. We need the details in the feet. You know how the saying goes, the detail lays in the feet. Lies in the feet. Lays. Lies, lays. I'm confused. Lying, I lie. I lay. Lies, lays, fancy. Oh. English. Only the hands and the tail.
we can do that much today. This will leave the insides, the ears, the hair for tomorrow. Oh, congrats, Saba. Right in the middle of 50. Nice. I gotta stand up real quick. I changed bedsheet today, or will do that. I haven't completed it yet, but I already took off the old one. In the hopes that this will help me sleep better. I'm praying. I wish there was some kind of bed where you float. Because it gets so annoying when you're laying in bed. Oh. Hey, Cat Storm, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. Prime Gaming. Wow. Thank you very much. You know that feeling when it's super hot, you're just lying there in bed, you can't sleep, you're just sweating, and then you feel it on your back. You lay in it and it gets so uncomfortable. Yeah, I had that. I could sleep. It's yuck. You got me. You got me. You know, you could technically even leave out the auch. Because auch means as well. She said that as well. I mean, yeah. She says many things, so... It's the exact... Yes, exactly. And the Z small. And the hat auch. Hat is a verb, that's why it's small. Z is small in this context because it's referring to... Nur gesagt. Oh, that's our keyword, gesagt. Let me tap that. Das hat sie gesagt. Because the Z is small when you're referring to her. It is written big if you refer to they, or if you're... It's a polite you.
Das hat sie gesagt.
Yes, the text to speech. I hope you like that voice. That's German Hans voice. German Hans, best TTS voice. I love it. Thank you for the video and the lovely message. Yeah, that's hat sie gesagt. It's hard to you know, you have to do multi.
Hallo Lobby, mein kleiner Strudel.
I'm dying. Mein kleiner Strudel. my god, you're killing me. Kleiner Strudel. Ah. Yeah, it is. Text speech is amazing. I'm so glad I added it. If that's the anime I think it is, I was kind of happy the way it ended. Which anime? I don't know what anime you're referring to. Where did you learn that, my kleiner Strudel? You know from the text-to-speech alert? Oh, which one is it? I think I have variations from TV a long time ago. I can look it up. I don't remember which GIF I included, but I know all the enemies from the GIFs I used. Oh man, where did you? Yeah, where did you? Oh wait, from TV. From TV. What did they say? Did they use it in that context? Mein kleiner Strudel. That's. You would maybe say that to a child, but it would be very weird to say that to a child. The police might come after you. Maybe you would say that to a dog. Like what's it called? A honey name? Not honey name. Pet name. Wow. Wow. Don't remember they had weird shows in it. RTL. Not RTL. Yeah, RTL is nickname. Yeah, kind of. You got the woo. Let's go. Like when you call your significant other honeymoon or whatever, those kind of names. You could call a dog Mein kleiner Strudel, but if you say that to another person, then either it gets really sexual or just weird. So that killed me when you said that. Ooh. Cool. Okay, let me see which GIF I used. Sheer alert. Oh, that's Sing Yesterday with you. Oh, for you? Sing Yesterday for you? I think Sing Yesterday with you. Absolute. Yeah. Because Strudel... It's one of those words that you either say in a bakery or in bed. It's weird. Yeah. Goes in the same direction as like hot dogs in the movie Sausage Party. I mean, I understand what you mean. You used it as a nickname, yes. It's just Strudel in bed. Yeah, I could. I don't want to give out false information. Let me rethink this. Or how do I phrase it?
Mein Strudel. I don't know. It's weird. It's funny weird. This works. Isn't ein Strudel? Wait, am I thinking of the wrong thing? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but technically I think ein Strudel, it is a filling. And you can take any form of bakery item. Yes. A lot of bakery goods, baked goods in Germany have been, what's the word? The words have been abused in different contexts. And so yeah, you stayed in a bakery or in bed. Or using Hans' voice.
Hallo, du süßer Schnecke Glitzschkat.
Hallo, aber... I can give you another one. You won't be able to use it. You wouldn't say süße Schnecke, you would say Zuckerschnecke. Oder Zuckerpüppchen. Zuckerschnecke. Yeah. Like that. These are really weird nicknames. Or pet names or whatever. It's when you're in the honey... Was it honeymoon? No, not honeymoon. The kind of the phase right after you marry or you get together, like the all is happy, all is good phase. That's when you use these.
Was macht ein süßer Klingelfee wieder denn hier?
Klingelfee. What does that even mean? Ich arbeite hier. Das ist Klingelfee. A doorbell fairy, a ring fairy. Oh, good one. You're making up new words, but they make perfect sense. Amazing. Okay, that was a good break. Yes, makes me ready to self mine up. Don't follow my example. Actually, don't follow my example. I'm experimenting. That's why I redo my topology every single time. I used to make my topo very differently, but now I try to go for a more muscle-defined approach. Because I used to work with start very low poly and then add a subsurf. When you do start low poly to mid poly, then you can use triangles because subsurf is going to take care of them. So that's kind of how I used to do it. Even this has a bit of specialty to it, but basically that's how I did it in the past. I was pretty happy with it, but now with the new ones that I'm topologizing, I'm experimenting. You can see that I'm trying to like define the triceps, or I'm adding the strong. This is also specific to this model, but I'm adding the strong elbow here. And here I'm sort of starting to find this area a bit more with axis geometry on my models, legs and feet. Axis geometry, what do you mean? I don't know, but yeah. Take this as an example with a grain of salt. Say it like that. Because I myself am not 100% certain if this will work or not. As I'm just experimenting. And also, again, it's a bit specific to this model. It's another reason why I don't like to start with base meshes, because I'm making kind of unique models every single time. I could reuse parts of it, I guess. I gotta note that down. Write that down. This is remember that. I didn't pay attention to the fingers. Why is it 7? Oh, there's someone here. No, wait. That's 6. Seven, 8. I want to use 8 this time. Two, 3, 4, 5. That's not good. I'll use 6 on each. This works out better. A gentle headbutt. Next one is gonna say is knocks you out, but gently. That is not pretty at all. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Aye. That loop that goes across the whole mesh. That's a fun one. Certainly a fun one. This one I might loop around and make go back in here. Maybe. Try to redirect this one back into here.
Lo-fi. Arara.
Yes, Saba. What's up? Rara. Do you have my new pet name? Should I? Okay. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. I'm not so sure. No. How would I be able to look that back? Oh my god. That is better with my workouts. Okay, this is where the big puzzling begins. What is this loop? A nightmare. I don't want that. Get down. I'm gonna do it like that. This one is also weird. Not sure how to redirect that. What do I do with you? Nope, this one. Could try to bend that down here as well. Hmm. That's one too early. Thank you for the care package. The activity feed is something else. My clenched cooler. While we're making hands, we can also stretch hands. This works out quite nicely for us. Nice. It's quite funky. Apology. But I think we got there for now. It's chaos in confusion. Not a funny loop. What do I do with this funny loop? Anyway, I can redirect this up here. Oh wait. Let me put in the fingers. These like very basic fingers.
Du bist das Gelbe vom Ei.
Das Gelbe. Und du bist mein Honigkuchen. Thing exists, das Gelbe von meinem. I'm wondering if that thing exists. This is the loop of chaos. That's what I call it. Loop, loop. I don't know what I can do about that. Oh wait. What? I messed up. Uh-oh. Wait, they're all loops of chaos. Dangerous. At least that one is closed. We have something that kind of works. I was thinking about what you had to throw, and now I have crystal cabochon. Cabochon. A monster hideout and tech deck on there. Deck, let's go. Let's say crystal cabochon. We have working hands. Yes. Weird, but it kinda works. Wait. What's going on here? Excuse me. There we go. Basically, crystal smoothed in a certain way. Use them as eyes for the golden dart want to make. Oh. And how do you pronounce it? Cabochon. Is probably not correct. Shall I pronounce it? The word that cannot be spoken. It must be written. Yeah, hold up, yeah, I saw. cosmonically. It's just a different world, you know. I think that's why people first buy a helicopter and then the hot tub. You need the hot tub to relax from your helicopter trips. Got 0.55. There's no lines. You know, so many German sayings. Well done, Lapa. I'm proud of you. Is the most thankful of them? Yeah. Like you could go to Abba's throne and click follow. But if you find us, we're gonna find you too, because we can see when you follow. And so we can, you know, follow you back. Yeah. Mine's in thunder. I'm a little bit scared of applying the shrink wrap now, but I don't think I did anything that I would be afraid of, so... Duplicate, apply. As easy as that. Yeah, I follow about everyone. I think you can see who are followers. Nisha has really cute things on her throne. I have many weird things on there. Metal posters, books, waifus. And Fee has the great. You gotta see Fee. Fee has the greatest throne. Have you checked out what Fee got on his throne? Actually, you can see who I'm following. It's blog creators. Oh, you can search creators by username. I can just type in niche. Zero results. Niche. Zero results. Great. Niche does have a wish list. I wonder why she didn't appear. It's niche, and also have Blue Art and Jasjanken. Let me know if you. We also just noticed on Luat's wishlist there's a new sketching from the imagination. I want that. Sketching from the imagination. Character concepts. Character concepts. This would be perfect. Because that's what I like to do. Yes. One moment, I need to add something. There we go. Sketching from the Imagination is one of my favorite series. For now, I leave the mini oven in the front. Later, I might push it back. Hello, Krim. Jas Janken, Zerstörer der Welten. Ja, Mann. He was asking why I would add an oven if I could have a air fryer.
Hi there.
Why not have both? Hi, Krim. How's it going? Did you sleep well?
Hi there. Hi there.
Right. I've napping almost all day. It's a chill day. You know, sometimes you have a chill day. Will I use triangles? Maybe. Could also do that. Now it doesn't have the same effect anymore. Ah. Modding is going alright. We finished basically the body. Just doing the last final touches there. Still need to do the insides, the hair, stuff like that, and the tail. So there's still lots of work in front of us. I won't do it all today. Because I can't. I'm tired. Thank you. Are you participating in a challenge as well? Tries our friends. Tries our frenemies. They're sometimes mean. But only sometimes. Baba's on fire today, damn. Shame if you didn't get it. Never will. Now this creates couple issues, so maybe let's not do that. Actually, I'll do something else. No triangles. No triangles. I'm scared. Because they don't want triangles in college. I'm scared now. I can never use triangles again. Love that vanilla look. So good. The vanilla smug. Konbanwa. Yawas Yanken. Yes? Might I just hope I can finish up Push Engines? Oh, nice. I wish you good luck. Yawas Yanken. どれしたかあなた? Cheers. Aber hat mich einen Strudel genannt. Hm. Oh ja. Und eine süße Schnecke. Und eine süße Klingelfee. Und das Gelbe vom Ei. But am I wrong? There's a question only just can answer. Good night. Excuse me? What did you just say? Excuse me? What are you calling me? Tankstelle? Vielleicht. Wenn ich die Tankstelle bin. Oh god, no. No, stop. Nothing. Ooh. Saved it. Could have gone wrong. Many ways. I shouldn't say that on stream. I have another one you can say to Simon. I guess. No. Okay, I can say it in a generic context, not specifically to you. Wenn du die Tankstelle bist, kann ich dein Auto sein? Oh god. What? What? You started it. Not my fault. Not my fault. Ah. No. You can say that to Simon on special occasions. Let's do it like that. Yeah. Is Lord not streaming today? Or have I missed it? Huh. A chance a really important question Manisha's doing right now. Okay, I voted. I think that's it for the hands. We still need to do the nails. I forgot to ask, how's it going, Jazz? How's it going? And what would you like this evening? I'm losing details here. Mm. That's better. Okay. Tail and nails are the last two things we need to do. For today at least. I could keep going afterwards. A little bit longer. Should I stream till midnight? So like 1 hour longer. Alright, so doing the mission together again? Okay. Gambare. We can do this together. What is the mission? Hopefully not 50 completion. Complete 50 lessons. No blood. Okay. Nice. Yep. No normal maps. It's all real, baby. All real. What do you mean, Sag? Sag, but looks good. Thank you, I guess. We're losing a couple details, but we're getting others. Okay? The win-lose game. Lose-win. Because when I would bake again, I would have to resculpt things. But I don't want to do that. I cannot bake from the existing sculpt. Sadly. Oh, I forgot that I need to do the inside of the mouth. But we'll do that together with the other insides, so... Oh, good. Actually, wait. I decided to do normal map, but not baking. I'll draw the normal map. Actually, that maybe no, wait, no. I said I'll draw in the details, no normal map. That's what I said. Yep, that's a good one. This will have a smoother transition stuff. But overall, pretty nice. Indeed. That one works too. Okay. Let me check the lag deformances. I haven't done that yet. This will also be smoother and these loops will go in. And this is what I wanted. It won't be as strong, but similar to this. Lean. I love it. How about the legs? Lovely. Yeah, I wanted exactly that. That's better this flat. Works. The fingers, I don't think I need to test. They should be fine as is. Oh god. Yeah. I didn't go for the triangle method this time. Let it collapse. All the forms are looking nice. Okay. Claws. Claws. And tail. Are you participating on the challenge, Strexus? I'm hungry. I wanna eat. Not sure. It's now or never. Go eat. But I'm not done yet. Claws. Wait. Am I able to reuse them? The old changes that I make to this one apply to the other ones as well. So I could just use that as it. And I won't have to remake the claws. Modifiers. Genieß jede Sekunde mit dir. No, go. Wait, what? That's not how it works. Yes, Jazz. What is it, Jazz? Yes, I am. Who do you believe more, Abba or me? 25%. And stretch. Oh, full care package. Grim is taking care of me. What do you mean? I even used my neck pillow from my chair to support my hand. I think that's taking pretty good care of me. I ate today at 15 o'clock. That's good enough, right? I'm almost done, please. Just a little bit longer. Now when I play Fortnite, just, I mean... Just a little bit longer. There we go. That's it, okay, if I'm done? I'm done for today. Deja vu. Turn off cavity because cavity makes things look funny. My name is Lopai and I'm going to make myself some food very, very soon. Yes? But I forget Enscopt instead. No. Just a tail. Okay, just a tail. Just a tail. We're almost there. Don't worry, we're almost there. Just a tail. Can I do that? Can I? Please? Yes? No? No? Please? Can I? Tail. Finish? Tail? Can I? Not a lot. Trust me. Please. No. Wait, what happened here? I thought this was looking good. What happened? It's minus 15 minutes, the answer is no. It's not longer than 15 minutes. Don't worry. We gotta finish this cup today. Yeah, the mother. In 15 minutes, speedrun. Oh, I see what happened there. Also, like a Mackie. Das hat sie gesagt.
Lobby, meine kleiner Strudel, du musst jetzt essen gehen.
Noch nicht. Ich will noch nicht. Lass mich das fertig machen, bitte. Die Musik ist gerade so episch. Ich kann nicht aufhören. Sie aber calls me kleiner Strudel. Ja. That's the butt I mean, the tail place. Tail place. He has an exchangeable tail. Wow. Nothing. I don't know what you mean. Grim, this got fillered out, and I think it's better that this got fillered out. Sorry. And also, yeah. It's, yeah, no, it's, the... Oh my god, I can't. Whew. I want to make a circle here. Silly Twitch. How dare it? Okay, got it. offensive Crim. I never expected Crim to say stuff like that. But fair enough. There we go. Oh, you won't see that ever. But it's there. You might see that, I don't know. Depends on how I set things up. Is it? Oh no. It is not all lines. What if, can I select multiple and then flatten? I can! Oh. Now what does it look like? Oh, I forgot to not shrink wrap that part. There we go. Nice. Does it look good? The whole distance? Yeah. Okay. Wait, 50 minutes. When did you say that? What was the time you said that? Was it 50 minutes ago? Please don't tell me it was 50 minutes ago. Ah. Why is the shading so weird? Oh. Was it this moment that yep. Something's still weird. Come on. Come on, why? Why? I know this is made out of multiple faces, but it should be as flat as one. Apparently it's not. Flatten. Why? Is something here being displaced or subjective group? No. Still doesn't work. But it was better, I think. Not perfect, but better. I don't know why. Is there a verse somewhere? Okay. I'll have to rework that somehow. I don't know why it doesn't... It should be perfectly flat. So it should be shader flat. Indeed. Automat didn't like it, and I think that was actually correct. I will not allow that term, but I saw your message and yeah, I know you didn't mean it bad or anything. Somebody just works. I am confused. As to why this is the case. I could make it into larger chunks, but it doesn't really help. Why does it do this? I want to know. I have one more idea. Let's try it. Doesn't really help. I do like the look of this though. This is all assigned to the active group. It's not the Spring Grab doing this. And it should be shaded flat completely. I don't understand why it's behaving like this. Help! Oh, funny. Funny. Yep. Okay. The tail is simple. Don't worry. Relatively simple. I just need to make this but straight. Like straight back. And I have an idea how to do this. I have no idea if that's going to work though. So let's straight in. No, it's never mind. How can I get the same length? Is there any property that tells me how long this is?
Not really. Scale. Something else. Curve info. Length. Curve. Length. Line. Length. Give me info, please. Want to be exact with this. Or I just don't care. Man, I don't. Is there any way I can kind of check it if the length is correct? I wish there was some way that I could display how long it is. Time to dive headfirst into geometry nodes. Woo! So where do I see it? Spline? Curve? Give me, please. Let me try something at least. Okay, let me try. Is it just considered geometry? Curve index, curve ID, length, direction, random surface. I guess there's no quick way of doing this. No! I would like to just have a value. See how long it is. Somewhere, please. I don't think there is a way, because it's not just pointing down. I can really just estimate it. Or I could... Yeah, I know that there's a measure tree, but it's not for curves. 3, 12, 15, 17. That's 16. Okay, so I'll just a little bit longer.
I should be close enough. He's doing tough. No, 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 no. You can't. You can't stop me. I'll make a duplicate. Put in a group. Unused. Okay. Don't use that one. Convert to mesh. Remove this. Places. That. 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 Don't need the faces on the inside either. Faces. And I'm just gonna extend this a little bit further inwards, scale it down. And rotate it closer to that. Pina is kind of a girl boss, yeah, that's her personality. I'm not really happy with this. I keep the tail really simple. Like I said, I can add more later once we're done. I can make like a more fluffy tail. I can... whatever. Okay. Aber 15 minutes up. Fine. I'm done. Pivot overlay stair is measured. Tap edge length on. And that will show selected edges length. Edge length. Magic parts. Put over here. Add length here. Oh. Does it also show the total length? I mean, I could calculate it out of every single one, but... Thank you, Krem. Is the tail USB 3? No. It's German power cord. Actually, just gave me another idea. Think of how the edge length is useful. Although, yeah, I would have to calculate myself. One last thing, please. One last thing. How's it going, Anagama? I'm being threatened by these people.
You too smelly cat.
No smelly cats. I refuse to be called that. Just give me a little bit longer. No, just... Are you my mom? Did I mess this up? I think I messed it up. Wait, no, I scaled from medium point, it should be fine. Shading is a bit weird right now. No. Recreate the endpoints and create edge and use that to your measurement. Ooh. But that would still not work on the curved one. Can you not threaten? Been actively in chat for an hour now. Good job. You did well. It's too long. No, it's not. See, there we go. This is now more unique. We are currently at 40,000. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. I don't need to worry about when something is plugged in, but this looks cool. Okay, this looks cool. I'm done. We good? I will end now. Don't worry. Sorry, Naguma. You came to the very last second. But it's okay now. Okay. Doing heart palpitations. Yes. Okay. I will eat bread with cheese. And I actually have some chicken salad. I'll eat that too. I will prepare art tags. And then we rate niche. I pulled off my artist glove. All good, all good. Just turn off cavity because cavity usually looks bad on models like this. Display wire. Thank you. Bread with cheese, certified German snack? Yes. It is. I didn't make the insides yet. I could use this window to display the wireframe. We did good progress today, though not as far as I'd hoped. I was hoping to get all the modeling done today. I just learned how to use a neck pillow correctly. You have to put it around your neck. The strap. That way it always is at your neck and you can lean back wherever you want. Don't do that at home, please. It will suffocate you. Yeah, I was hoping to get all done today. We didn't, sadly, but still, great progress. We finished the main body, the tail, nails. And the main body is done and done. Actually, it's not. I forgot something, I think. But I want to... I want to paint that. Anyway, Magic House has some kind of add-on. Yeah. I forgot to do that. But I could paint it in. But I don't want to paint it in. I forgot to do that. I'll draw it on so I don't forget. No glove. I'll do it without glove. Don't worry. I won't put the glove back on. I need to model that still. I forgot it. Actually, I did model it in the right shape here, but I forgot to add the bevel. Okay, this will help me remember. And it shouldn't show up in the shelf? Nope. Good. We're done. We're done. We're done. I like. Everyone said goodbye before I even invaded. You're still going, right? Bahrain's also going. I don't know. What's raid? How long is rain gonna continue? I think a little bit longer, right? We could do the smart move and go over to rain, and then rain will maybe go over to niche. Both are currently taking a break. Let's head over to rain. I want to chat a little bit while I'm eating. Okay. I'll post my Let's Power Whip in the Discord later. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching, everyone. Write messages for. You have the emotes, like just at 50 at the emotes. Thank you for the subs today. Thank you for Abba. Thank you, Abba, for all the funny messages, and thank you, Jess, as well. Thank you, Fee, for the surprise gift. I am scared and excited. I will stream again tomorrow. We will continue this challenge. I need sleep. I wish you a wonderful day, wonderful night, nice dreams. Take care of yourself. Don't overwork yourself. Don't be like me, basically. Yeah. See y'all tomorrow. Goodbye.